I think Hoodle senses an owl around here.
Gotta break through! Here I come!
Here goes!
You're on!
By the power of the hood! Dance in the wind! These ones can run rings around us!
Here I come! Destruction!
Dance in the wind! In here!
Here I come!
Steering
Swallow
blade!
blade!
Reload!
Destruction!
More of that one!
It's on!
Steering blade! Reload! Thunder blade!
Hey, Rinwell, do you always have to say an incantation before you cast an art?
Yeah, they don't really add any extra power or anything, but reciting them is what allows the astral energy to come together and flow through me. It takes time to complete, but they're what lets me use such strong magic in the first place.
What happens if someone interrupts you while you're in the middle of chanting?
Then I have to start over from the beginning. As soon as my concentration breaks, any astral energy I've accumulated disperses.
Got it. So once you start reciting, that's our cue to make sure that no enemies can get near enough to disrupt you.
Yeah, that would be appreciated. Although, I do have one fun trick up my sleeve. Once I finish chanting a full incantation, I can hold on to a single astral art without casting it right away.
So once the astral energy's in place, you can choose to set it off whenever you want? That's amazing.
Yeah, I don't fully have the hang of it just yet, but I'm sure it'll come in handy sooner or later.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Dance in the wind!
Burn!
Steering wheel! Reload! More heavy pile! I'm not so good with airborne targets. Take it! Mega red one mine!
Got fired!
I got this! Let a marksman handle it! Take that!
All yours!
I'm
not done!
I'm only getting started!
Infernal Torrent!
I'm all set up!
Rising Viper! We did it!
There! One more!
Rising Viper!
Mega red! More for the shot line!
Where are you going?
You're mine!
Mega
Swallow
red!
blade!
Reload now!
Here, let me help.
Swallow blade!
More where that came from!
Crush!
Mega red!
Swallow blade!
Spread! Looks like we've spotted one of Hoodle's friends.
It's eerily quiet.
No sign of Zephyr. You think they took him away already?
What say we quit hiding and go ask some villagers? Someone's bound to report us no matter what we do, so we might as well.
Hey, Shion!
What? You heard her. She's got a point. Our cover was blown last night. Where's the sense in sneaking around?
And what if there are soldiers lurking about?
They would have followed us to the cabin already. Relax. The coast is clear. Let's hurry and speak to the villagers.
Is she always like that? I don't know how you managed to put up with her.
What makes you think I'm managing?
Let's try talking to the villagers.
Hey. Hey.
Yeah.
I guess. Great! Huh?
Huh?
Messia 224. Now that's a weird name.
Messia is basically a code. It indicates it's a small village.
So it's not its actual name? Then does that mean that 224 is...
Yeah. It's merely a serial number assigned to it for administrative purposes.
So the Renans even get to decide what places you're called out in this realm.
I think there's someone in trouble here.
Well, let's see what they have to say.
Woohoo! 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 Woohoo!
Looks like we've spotted one of Poodle's friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
What?
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh?
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Oh!
Hey. Using Zoogles to make drinks. That takes guts.
No one would have come up with it before the occupation. That's for sure.
You don't think the Snake Eyes will hold it against them, do you?
If anything, the warmth might help loosen them up.
Hey, didn't we find a recipe that...
Yeah, we can use this for it.
Huh? Hey.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
How's this?
Yeah.
just...
They reacted just like we expected.
Yeah. Do you think we'd end up like that if we had to treat everyone with suspicion?
It's like the bitter cold has frozen the hearts of those who live here.
There's the Zoogle we were asked to handle.
Get lost!
Here I come!
Not in
This
your
one's all
dreams.
mine! Swallow Blade! Try this!
By the
Swallow Blade!
Raging Cascade! Flame of Fury!
Swallow Blade! Try this!
I'll be saving this one. Let me help.
Swallow Blade! Burn in hell!
Dance in the wind! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Air thrust! Burning strike!
Right, here goes! How about this?
Mega Ray!
Sword Blade Alpha!
Dance in the water!
Sweet one!
Destruction!
Pile! Lightning Container Aqua! Thunderblade!
By the
Swallow
power
Blade!
of water!
Swallow Blade!
Take that! Bullseye! Raging Cascade!
You're mine!
Burning strike! Field!
Destruction!
Roar
Crush!
for the sun!
Right, here goes! Swallow Blade!
And again! Thunderblade!
Where are you going?
Swallow Blade! Try
Here's
this!
a healing
Here's
arm.
First aid!
Slash!
Thunderblade! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Burning strike! Who wants to die? My
It's
astral
on!
energy!
Swallow Blade! Inferno Turret!
Air thrust!
That should be enough to make the area more safe to travel in.
No choice! Slash!
Hands in the wind!
Destruction!
Here!
Try this!
I'll be
Inferno Turret!
Lightning
Rising Water!
Water!
Come on!
My specialty. Do it!
Look out, flyers!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion. Hey. Huh? Till next time. Huh? I guess.
Oh!
Of course.
You're the friends of that man the Bureau agents took away. Please, leave us alone. We don't want any trouble.
Answer our questions and we'll leave you in peace. Where did the agents take our friend?
Sisluden, the capital. That's what they said.
I knew it.
What did we ever do to deserve this? We haven't even crossed the street without looking first. Why are they after us?
Come on, we're wasting time.
You'll need to hurry if you want to get your friend back. Not a single person who's been taken to Sisleden has ever returned.
Hey, keep quiet. You're trying to get us all killed.
Out of hell with that. Go on, report me. See if I care.
I thought this Sisleden was a city. Is it a prison camp?
It's the realm's capital. Though when you're forbidden to move freely like we are, there isn't much difference. My parents and siblings were taken by the Snake Eyes. I haven't heard from any of them since. For all I know, they're long dead by now. Anyway, go! And kill as many Snake Eyes as you can for me while you're there!
All right. To Sisleden it is. There. People are really terrified of the Snake Eyes. I've got them jumping at their own shadows.
They may be Lord Ganabelt's lackeys, but for all intents and purposes, it's the Snake Eyes who control the realm. One wrong look, and your history.
So Zephyr's being moved to Sisleden. Let's cross our fingers we catch up with him on the way.
I mean, the plan was always for me to take you guys to Sisleden anyway. But a word of advice.
Oh?
There's a forest we have to pass through on our way there. I won't lie to you. It'll be dangerous.
More Zeugles?
Wild ones at that. They hunt in packs, led by the biggest, meanest one. My friends and I got cornered by one on our way to Calaglia. That's how we got split up.
We'll just have to keep our wits about us then. The forest we're about to walk through is pretty dangerous. Let's make sure we're prepared before we go further. Rinwell, if you get injured, just let Shion know, okay?
I only have one pair of hands, you know.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
And here I was thinking I could get some rest. Is something the matter?
The matter? No, nothing like that.
Then if it's all the same to you, I'll be going to sleep, thanks.
Is chatting with me really that much of a drag?
I just don't get the point, that's all. Is there some pressing reason why we have to talk right now?
I don't know, I think we should all make an effort to get to know one another. What if there's an emergency?
An emergency?
What if one of us suddenly got sick?
Then I'd cure them with my healing arts and we'd move on.
That's easy for you to say. But for the person doing the asking, it may not be so easy to approach you.
If they can't work up the courage to approach me, that's their problem. Unless you're suggesting I'd refuse to heal someone for the fun of it.
I didn't say that.
So what then? Quit beating around the bush and just tell me.
Look, what I'm trying to say is, If we're going to be traveling together, it makes more sense to do it as companions, rather than being at each other's throats the whole time.
I still don't get it. But I do understand that whatever it is, it obviously must mean a lot to you. I'm not trying to make things more difficult for you just for the sake of it. So, I'll make more of an effort to talk every now and then, even when we don't have to. Happy?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
Then if you don't mind, I'm going to get some sleep. Have a good night.
Didn't get it, huh?
I think it's time we go to sleep. How long do you plan on just sitting around doing nothing, Alphen? Because it looks to me like you're taking your sweet time getting ready.
I'm not procrastinating, if that's what you're implying.
Oh? Sure looks like it to me. You had me worried you'd forgotten our mission. Again.
I know. You don't need to keep reminding me.
Hey, Alphen. I'm already over here.
Right. Thanks for letting me know.
I saw you talking with that Bright Eyes before lights out last night. Mind telling me what you two discussed?
Nothing in particular. I just figured that maybe she would open up a little if I tried talking to her.
What? Her? She's a Renin. I know we're working with her, but that doesn't mean we have to play nice with her.
Look, we're all going to be traveling together for a while. It's only going to make things harder if we're at each other's throats. If all we do is bark orders at each other instead of working together, that's not much different than how it is for the rest of us. I think it's important that we all understand each other and work together as equals, if it's at all possible.
Do we, though? Because I sure don't get the feeling she means to do the same.
As soon as Zephyr disappears, all hell breaks loose. We can't get anything done if things stay tense like this. But what the hell am I supposed to do? Well, I guess I'll just have to keep hammering away at them and see how it goes.
Come on, guys. We've got lots to do.
It's like my hands aren't responding anymore.
It's because they're cold. Just a natural reaction.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
Hootle, let me know if you sense anything. Another day, another Gald.
So this is the forest teeming with Zeugles you warned us about. No sign of Zephyr, though.
Which means either they had the skills to make it through safely, or were too late and the strays got to them first.
Do you say every thought out loud?
Just the true ones. Are we moving or what?
Don't worry, Hootle. It's okay.
I can barely see enough to take 2 steps forward without bumping into something.
Yeah. I'll have to be careful not to miss anything coming from off the path.
This is nothing. When things get real bad around here, you can get lost without even realizing it.
Dispose of the trash.
Swallow blade! Infernal turret! Here I come!
Mega Ray! Gemini Ultra!
Rising Leopard! Rising Falcon!
Mega Ray!
Destruction!
Gemini
Get on in there with the others.
You're mine! I'm not done! Slash!
This is barely target practice.
Then why bother fighting them?
Because I certainly won't run away from a battle. It's freezing. I can barely feel my toes.
Let's find a way back up quickly, then. Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it. Let's dispose of the trash.
You're mine! Swallow blade!
That feels kind of funny.
Yeah, you're looking funny too.
Just stay away from the sword.
I should probably...
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Take this!
First aid!
I owe you one! Swallow
In
blade!
here! Recover! This will come in handy.
Swallow blade!
Quick play!
Rising Falcon!
Any injuries?
An opponent like this should be easy. Swallow blade! Ignite!
Raging cascade!
This one's gonna be tough. Swallow blade! Infernal turret! Jump!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes?
Something you wanted to say? Looks like it could be worth something.
I could easily see us getting lost here while we're trying to find Zephyr. I get this is supposed to connect the capital to the villages. But why's it got to be so winding? And not only that, why are there so many Zoogles walking around?
I think they're used as lookouts. The Renans know how to control them.
Complaining's not going to get us anywhere. Let's just get through this and be on our way.
Gotta break through! Slash!
Here I go. Light energy.
Swallow blade! Infernal turret! Here I come! It's over! Destruction!
Take that.
You're mine! Rising light!
So those are Dan and Astral Art. Something you want to say? Not so long as you keep them pointed toward the enemy.
You're mine! It's over! Infernal turret! You're mine!
There's more where that came from.
We're so high up.
Thanks, Shion.
Just doing what I can.
Little help!
Take this! Slash! Come and face me!
Photon raging cascade!
Infernal turret! Rising light! Mirage! I'm not done!
Back into the fray.
Photon flash! Raging cascade!
Take this! Swallow blade! Ignite!
Get on in there! You are in tip-top shape!
Soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more following.
Now! Set them apart here! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Here's a
Well
healing
done.
art!
Here I come!
Take the dance to the wind!
Swallow blade!
Feel it! This'll come in handy!
Swallow blade!
Crossblade!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize. Should this really be here?
Brace yourselves! This one's tough! Come one, come all! Infernal turret! Rising wyvern!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf! Lightning condensed!
Destruction! Too much! Slash!
Here, let me help!
Did you just heal me?
Yes. I need you, remember?
Swallow blade! Infernal turret!
Don't mind if I do!
Slash! I'm not done! Swallow blade! Take this! Take it all! You picked the wrong fight! Take it! Swallow blade! Infernal turret! Destruction! River!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Got it!
Well done!
Here I
Raging
come!
cascade!
Destruction!
Here's a healing wheel!
Rising up!
More for the
Thanks!
stockpile!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion. The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphin.
Right, here goes! Swallow blade! Here I come! Crush!
Raging Cascade!
Slash!
Searing Flame!
Swallow blade!
Here, let the Marlon handle this.
Try this!
Photon!
Infernal turret!
Banana!
You're
Here's a
mine!
healing art! Thunder Blade!
You're on! Rising!
Take!
You're mine!
Here goes!
Slash!
Mega
Try
Blade!
this! Infernal turret! Not again! It's on!
Here
Rising
goes!
Viper!
Do it!
You're on!
Bullseye!
I still got a ways to go!
This will be a delicious piece of
Swallow
cake!
blade! You picked the wrong fight! Rising Leopard! Rising Falcon! Hup! Destruction!
I'm only getting started!
You're on!
Ready!
I'll take you all on! Now! Take this! Mirage! Swallow blade!
Here's a healing art!
Swallow blade!
First aid! Thunder Blade!
You're mine!
Healing art!
Destruction! Rising Leopard!
Air thrust!
Swallow blade!
Let the marksman handle this! Here's let me help!
It's on!
First aid!
Burn!
Thunder Blade!
Here I come!
Flame! Here's a flame of fury!
Not
Now!
again!
Burning strike! I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
I need something to eat. What's wrong? Huh? I guess. Got it. For real? I always loved the sound of hammers banging away.
got company. And not the nice kind either.
Linwell, get back!
And miss all the action? Who do you take me for?
Out of our way!
It's a big target, at least.
Don't underestimate its speed. It'll come in handy.
Swallow blade!
Photon!
Try this! Infernal turret!
Here,
Take
let me help.
this!
You got company. First aid!
You're
Photon!
mine!
Lightning condemned!
Here.
You're mine! Infernal turret! This one's all mine! You're on!
Here goes! By the power of water!
Ignite! Take this! Strike!
Mega ray!
We've turned the tables on him!
There are still more left!
Right! No time to hold
Your
back!
dreams!
Swallow blade! Destruction!
Amazing.
It's about to strike! Water!
Look sharp, everyone!
Raging cascade! Flame
You're on!
fury! Strike!
Slash! It's over! Slash! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
Swallow blade!
Bullseye! Dance
You're
in the wind!
mine!
Reload!
If it's in the
Finish!
sky, it's mine.
Slash!
Light astral
Swallow
energy!
blade!
Dance in the wind!
Take this!
Got in here! Searing
Destruction!
flame! Reload! More with that hammer out! I'm all
Here
stuck
I
up!
come! Here I come!
Light astral energy! Lightning condemned!
Slash!
By the power of water!
Swallow blade! This one's all mine! Ignite!
One more! Dance in the wind!
No escape! Rising weapon! Rising falcon!
Searing
Swallow
flame!
blade!
Reload!
You're on!
Cascade! Mega
You're
ray!
on!
Steel! Aqua! Get on in there with the others!
Here, let me
Take this! You're finished!
Let's go! Here, dance in the wind! In here! Hard extra!
Rising weapon!
Confiscated!
Here I come! You're on!
Reload! Photon flash!
You're
Flame of fury!
It's over!
Steel!
Swallow blade!
Let's get you all tucked away! Searing flame! Reload! Crush ammo! Back into the
Slash!
fray! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Take
Now!
this! Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Take it! Help this! Lightning
Here I come!
Mega ray!
Rising weapon!
Gemini Alpha!
Rising falcon! You're
Where are
finished!
you going?
Slash! Swallow
Getting
blade!
stronger!
Switching up its movements! Watch out! Slash! Swallow blade!
Here I go.
More sequels?
Keep calm and take them down.
Take this! It's over! Take this! You're finished! It's on! Infernal turret! Burn in hell!
It's over! Searing flame! Reload!
Destruction!
Here's
It's
a healing
okay!
touch!
Slash!
The enemy is
Try
going
to-
all out!
Infernal! Here comes the big one! Swallow blade! Slash! No! Can't end here!
Your power is a spectacle to behold.
I'm not trying to be dramatic with it.
Still, it's a part of you. Embrace it.
Resuscitate me! Take it! You're
Not done
mine!
yet!
Back into the fray!
I'll bring you back from death to
Slash!
this.
Rising wyvern! We did not! You're on! You're
It's
mine!
mine!
It's over!
In here! There! One more!
Slash! Swallow blade!
By the power!
Destruction! Swallow blade!
In here!
Infernal turret!
I'll be saving everyone! Too much to handle?
Rising wyvern!
Where are you going?
You're on! Rising wyvern! You're on! We've got him on the run!
Don't get cocky!
Right. Still anyone's fight.
Here's a healing arm!
Swallow blade!
First aid! There! Got you! They're not playing
It's
around!
gonna attack!
Right! Watch out! Thunder blade!
It's on! Burn!
I can't hold on
This is
much
bad,
longer!
right?
Yes, Alpin! Very bad!
I don't feel so good.
Hear me!
Not done yet.
Energy! Photon flash!
Here I come! Destruction!
Sleep now.
Swallow blade!
Let's get
My turn!
It's weakened!
This ends now! You're on! Take this! It's over!
I'm only getting started.
Take this!
In here, by the
Try
power
this!
of water. I'll be taking this one.
Here I
Magic your
come!
hand. In here, primed and ready.
Here I come!
I never miss.
It's over!
Hear me, flame of fury. Burning thunder blade.
Is this it?
I'm only getting started. Light astral energy. Dance in the wind. Seal. More for the stockpile. Huh. They're not playing around. You're mine. Dance in the wind. Dance in the wind. I'm only getting started. I was overconfident. This one.
There!
Here comes Kara.
You'll pay for that!
Astral energy.
Say no more. You okay, Rinwell?
I'm fine.
What do you notice now?
It smells like blood. This is...
All these Zeugles. They're dead. What happened here?
They didn't do this to each other. So then how...
One person did all of this? Who was that guy?
Do you think he could have been the Lord we're looking for? Ganabelt?
I doubt a lord would deign to roam around a place like this alone. Besides, what business would a Renan have with killing Zeugles?
Now that I look at it, it was a good call staying out of his way, I think. Look at this. He took them out with a single slice. This guy's no amateur. You okay?
Yeah.
We should get going. Zephyr needs us. That knight back there sure wasn't messing around. If he's not a lord, what is he?
I have no idea. I've never seen anybody like him.
Well, he definitely doesn't seem to be a friend, that's for sure.
Hopefully we don't run into him again. it is. Sisluden.
What's with those beams of light? They don't strike me as your everyday streetlights.
They're kind of the key to this whole realm. You'll see what I mean when we get there.
What's on your mind?
First, Rinwell appears out of nowhere, right after we beat Balsef. Then, we bump into Zephyr's son, who's with the enemy. Somehow, we get away scot-free because the Snake Eyes don't even bother chasing after us. Is it really a coincidence?
You think it was a trap?
What? But I would never...
If not for the whole Astral Arts episode, I'd be worried. But no, she's not behind this. Perhaps an unwitting pawn in someone else's plan.
What? All this to capture Zephyr?
Maybe. All I know is it all slots together a little too nicely for my liking. Not that dwelling on it'll get us anywhere. Trap or otherwise, we've got a lord to defeat. So how do we get inside?
What?
Well, we can't just march into the Viper's nest through the front door, surely.
There's a secret passage near a spring on the outskirts of the city. We can get in through there.
I hate camping out.
Huh? Why are you looking at me like that?
Are those mage clothes that you're wearing?
So what if they are?
The large hood is cute, and it's big enough to hold Hootle, too.
Huh?
And the way the fabric is cut into strips is really unique. I had no idea this sort of fashion existed on Dana.
Quit staring!
Did I say something to offend you?
No, I think she's just not used to the attention.
As if this place wasn't cold enough, it's also pitch black. I'm amazed anyone can live in this realm.
Seriously. Having all this snow everywhere makes it harder to walk or get anything done. And not having any light to see by makes the uneven terrain even more difficult.
Calaglia is no walk in the park either. It's dusty and there's rocks everywhere. And it's on fire all over the place.
Yeah, you're right. Now that you mention it, all those fires are a pretty weird phenomenon. They were always so annoying to navigate around.
Out here, fire's as important as water to our survival. So are the trees we use for firewood.
Is it that rare to see the sun here?
Not just rare. Until I went to Calaglia, I'd never seen sunlight before. I'd only heard about it. I couldn't believe just how hot and bright it seemed to be. But I guess in most realms, it's just a fact of life. They're used to it.
It's pretty interesting, isn't it? The way the sorts of things people take for granted change from one place to another. Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
Good night. Another day, another Gald.
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is. I think he's saying something's over there.
sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
What's going on? Why did the weather change all of a sudden?
The snow's gone, and it doesn't even feel cold anymore. Just what's going on? What is this place?
I see something big farther in. Is that a Zookle? No, an owl?
Hoodle doesn't seem too wary, so it's probably not hostile.
Let's go see what's up then. Stay sharp.
I don't get it. Why has it suddenly started giving us things?
Hey, is that owl beckoning us over?
I think it is. It's the owl we rescued before.
Then maybe that's what the gifts are all about. It's thanking us for saving its friend.
This one isn't just bigger than Hoodle, though. Something about it seems almost regal, don't you think?
What if it was the king of the owls?
Would that make the other one the queen?
You think so?
Yes, they're clearly a pair.
Is this some kind of owl sanctuary?
It's such a big place, though. I wonder if those two were living here all alone until we rescued that owl.
I thought no other owls existed, but here they are. And a king and queen by the looks of them. You never know what other ones might be out there until we look for them. It's not like you were searching the whole world over yourself, right, Rinwell?
Well, I mean, yeah. I guess you've got a point. Hey, Hoodle. How about we find more of your friends and tell them about this place? It can be a little side mission on our trip, if that's okay.
It's fine with me. We'll find as many as we can.
Thank you. Oh,
Rinwell?
it's nothing. Don't mind me. Ready to move on? You sense one of your pals, Hoodle?
So the guys we saw back in Messia were Snake Eyes, and your group fighting them is...
The Silver Swords. Heck, we even have members working within the Snake Eyes gathering intel for us.
Sounds like it involves a lot of double crossing.
It does, but it keeps us alive and one step ahead. Calaglia wouldn't have been liberated without those double agents.
Forgive you!
Swallow blade! Rising Viper!
Hear me! Flameless
Escape! We turn the tables on him.
There are still more left!
Right. No time to hold back.
Looks like it could be worth something.
Gotta break through.
Ardex,
Come on!
not on my watch!
Swallow blade! Rising Viper! This one's all mine!
Here I go! Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
We won that by a mile.
Get lost!
Take this! You picked the wrong fight! Infernal turret! Take this! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! It's over!
By the power of water! Where are you going?
No escape! Try this! Infernal turret! Rising Wyvern! Mirage! It's over!
I'm only getting started.
Take it!
Quit staring and concentrate on the
Swallow
fight.
blade!
I don't take orders from you.
Do it!
Great!
Rinwell. Hey, Rinwell!
What are you doing here? If the Snake Eyes spot you here, they'll...
So you did make it back alive. Man, am I glad to see you safe.
Barely. When we all got separated, I thought...
They're fine. They all got back in one piece. Well, Azugul took a bite out of two of our guys, but what matters is you're safe. So, you gonna introduce me?
Meet Alphen and Shion. I brought them with me from Calaglia.
You mean you made it to Calaglia? Wait, this is it? Just the two of them? Where's the rest?
Well, it's kind of a long story. It's best if I fill everyone in at once.
Your call, Rinwell. But everyone will be dying to know. We better get back as soon as we can. Use this passage whenever you need to go in or out of the city. Stay away from the front gate, whatever you do.
Rising Wyvern! Mirage!
Burning!
This could be useful.
Be a delicious piece of
Swallow
cake.
Blade!
Not in your dreams.
It's on! Rising Wyvern!
Burning!
Mirage! Take this! It's over!
Do it! Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
Rising Wyvern! Mirage! You're mine! It's over!
This is it. In here.
Swallow Blade!
Get on in there.
You're quite the gunslinger.
I have to be, in this world.
Don't worry, I've got your back.
Gotta break through! Splash! I'll take you all on! Swallow Blade! Splash!
Where are you going?
Swallow Blade!
Now, who wants to die next?
Infernal Torrent!
You are in
No.
tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
These little ones will hardly.
Less talking, more pummeling.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Right, here goes! Splash! Come one,
In here. I'll be ready.
Infernal Torrent!
Here, let me help.
Swallow
Raging
Blade!
Cascade.
Rising Wyvern!
Sleep now.
Rising
Go! I'm only getting started. By the power of water.
Lightning
Try
Force.
this!
All right.
Infernal Torrent!
Showtime.
Here I come!
Ready.
By the power of
Rising Falcon! Try harder!
this one's mine.
My turn! Splash! This one's all mine! Destruction!
There.
Try this! Infernal Torrent! Ignite! We did it! Nice hit! Take this! Ah!
Here goes.
Any injuries?
You're saying we should check the owl forest? Looks like some solid equipment.
I won't forgive you.
Not in your dreams.
Splash!
Here goes.
Swallow Blade!
I can't lay a finger on you.
I prefer it that way.
Take this!
What about you?
Just watch and see.
I'm only
Try harder! My turn! Mirage! Now try harder! You're mine! Try this! Splash!
I'm out.
Swallow Blade! Infernal Torrent!
You are in tip-top shape.
soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
We should think about eating soon.
Really? Not all that hungry myself.
Don't make me say it again.
Yeah, good idea.
There's more where that came from. Wait, there.
Get lost!
This one's all mine! No escape! Try this! Here I come! Try damn it!
Air thrust! Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the front.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
They really made us work for that one.
How do the Renans not know about this secret route of yours?
Cisloden's an old city. It's littered with pathways that people have long forgotten. But keep your voice down. We don't know how long this route will stay hidden. Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
So this is Cisloden, capital city of Cislodia.
Be careful. You never know where Snake Eyes or their informants are lurking. We're basically walking into a Zoogl's den here. You're saying we should check the owl forest?
Rinwell!
Regan!
Shh! It's good to see you. Who's this?
They're with me.
If you say so. Come on, Menek's waiting. We can talk in there.
The name's Menek, leader of the Silver Swords. And I wish I could extend my warmest welcome to you all, but if my eyes don't deceive me, you appear to have a Renin in your midst. If she is your prisoner, that's a rather loose leash you have her on.
She's not a prisoner.
So why do I get the feeling there's a rat about the house? No offense intended. See, I've grown comfortable with the likely outcome I'll be stabbed in the back, but stabbed in the front?
We risked our lives just to get here, sir. If you want to send her away, fine. But you'll lose me too.
I see. Trust is in about as short supply as light around these parts, and mine more than anyone's. But I'll choose to believe you. Forgive my manners. You must be tired after such an arduous journey. But to business. We need your strength. The Snake Eyes' grip on the city tightens by the day. Our people are suffocating out there. Hence the scouts I sent to find help. We're at the end of our tether here.
That's why we're here. To help. We've got the firepower to do it, too. But first, we've got some urgent business to take care of.
I see. So your leader is in need of rescuing.
It's none of your concern. We get that. But
it's coming to our aid that got you into this mess in the first place. You can count on us. Just as long as you help us with our problem afterwards. If he's been arrested by the Snake Eyes, as you say, then there's a good chance he's being interrogated over at their headquarters. Either that, or he's being put to work over at the Floodlights. First priority is finding out where he is. If you're planning on tagging along, Rinwell will show you the way. Just make sure to keep a low profile. Remember, it's not just the Snake Eyes. Hostiles lurk among the villagers, too. This leader of yours, he must be quite the inspiration for you to go to such lengths for him. I look forward to meeting him someday.
all right, let's head into town and see what the fuss is. Have you and Menek known each other for long, Rinwell?
No, not really. I haven't been with the Silver Swords for all that long, truth be told. He's a smart guy, but he's also deeply suspicious of other people. I can understand, since that's how you get to survive around here.
Really? I could tell he was wary of us at first, but he seemed to warm up to us pretty quickly once we talked to him.
Yeah, that's pretty unusual for him. I think that's a sign of how desperate things have become. In my case, it took a long time for him to start trusting me. But then again, I kinda get where he's coming from. You never know who might betray the group, or when the Snake Eyes might be watching.
What made you join up with the Silver Swords in the first place? This wasn't your hometown, so was it the Snake Eyes who...
No, it wasn't them. Actually, we shouldn't stand around talking. People will start to suspect us. Let's keep moving.
came out great. Everyone's gonna be real surprised. So that's where those beams of light have been coming from.
Right. Any Danans accused of dissent against Islodia's lord are rounded up and brought here, then put to work. It's a fierce deterrent.
And you think Zephyr might be in there with them?
I want to see what the lights are all pointing towards. Take us there.
Damn, you can see where the floodlights converge from all the way over here.
I want to take a closer look. There's something I need to confirm.
What could...
Be careful. If anyone's even a little suspicious of us, they'll report us immediately.
Right. It's not just Snake Eyes we need to watch out for, but other Danans too. Still, there are a fair amount of people out on the streets. Isn't it safer to stay at home?
That's the thing. If you stay cooped up too long, people start to suspect you're hiding something. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
So people feel like they have no choice but to turn others in so they don't get in trouble. What a miserable way to live. At the very least, we should probably go someplace where there aren't so many... Ah, Shion!
We already stick out here like a sore thumb as it is. So I think it's better if we just walk confidently out in the open. Don't look anxious. Just walk firmly and look like you have a destination in mind.
What, is sticking to the plan too much of a hassle for her? This is why Renans are the worst.
I don't know if it's a Renan thing or not, but she does have a point. Anyway, we're not gonna get anywhere just standing around. Let's follow after her.
Everybody walking around looks so depressed.
Can you blame them? They live under the cover of darkness day and night. That's bound to wear you down.
Not to mention all the Snake Eyes roaming around. Laughing, talking too loud, or just about anything that makes you stand out can get you killed.
Hey. Why, you...
Huh? Why you?
Sorry.
Spirit vessel. I thought as much. So they're pumping it full of light.
No, not light. Astral energy. Of course. No wonder this realm's so dark. It's as though there's a pall over the sky even during the day.
Except it isn't dark. Not really. The light's just being diverted.
Diverted?
Suck up all the light, and all that's left over is darkness.
What's the difference?
Darkness exists as an actual element of astral energy, just like light does. Didn't you know that? Let me break it down for you. Astral energy exists as different elements. There's earth, water, fire, and wind, as well as light and darkness. But dark astral energy only exists on Rena, and light astral energy on Dana. So, dark energy isn't harvested as part of the crown contest.
She's right. It's the same reason why I can't wield dark energy, and similarly, why no Renans can use light energy either.
The only exception to that rule on the Renan end is likely the Lord here, who has the Light Master core.
Whatever the case, it looks like they're collecting light here the same way they were fire back in Calaglia.
From what I hear, there used to be a proper day and night cycle in Cyslodia ages ago, but apparently, over the last 300 years, the darkness spread from Cysloden and covered the whole realm.
That's crazy. I can't believe the Renans found a way to steal even our own damn light.
We shouldn't linger. Let's keep moving before someone spots us.
Wandering around blindly is getting us nowhere. The Snake Eyes have the information we need, but we can't just ask for it. So what if we sneak in and take it instead?
I wasn't aware you knew how to be sneaky.
Hey, look over there!
That's Zephyr's son, Law. I don't know. Something doesn't feel right about all this.
Are you kidding? He's practically gift-wrapped for us.
Hey, what are you?
I remember you. What do you want?
We don't mean you any harm. We just want to talk quietly. Deal?
Make it quick.
Where are you keeping Zephyr? We're here to rescue him.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Isn't he your father?
Oh yeah, easy to forget that. After he abandoned me.
Abandoned?
It's the truth. All my old man ever cared about was sticking it to the Bright Eyes. He never even made it to Mom's funeral.
So you become an agent for the local lord?
You got a problem with that? You're not exactly one to talk, keeping company with a Renan woman. You think you know her, but wait until she has a choice between you and her people. I may have become an agent for the Renans, but at least I'm here trying to soothe the agony of my people from the inside. What's your excuse?
I don't buy it. No. You're running because you're scared. You think you're the only one who's had to suffer?
What the hell do you know, you... What the... Damn you!
Word to the wise, people like you
Enough!
make me...
Look, I don't know what happened between you and your father, but what I do know is that when you fought back at the village, he wouldn't raise a hand to strike you. I've never seen Zephyr back down from a fight, but he could never hurt his own son. And when he said he was staying behind, I think it was because he wasn't willing to abandon you. If you know anything, then tell us, please.
I don't know where they're keeping my dad now. All I've heard is that they're going to publicly execute him in the plaza in front of headquarters.
Execute?
Thank you. You did the right thing.
Why are you so determined to help my father?
Zephyr is the reason I took up the sword. He taught me how to think for myself. And I want to learn more.
If they're going to execute him in the plaza, then it'll be too dangerous for us to go alone.
Let's ask Menik. He should be able to sneak us in.
Sounds good to me. Let's have a chat with him. So I get that you perform a certain type of astral arts, but why does your magic look so different from what Renan's use? Is it a different source or something?
I'm not exactly an expert on how Renans cast magic, but we both manipulate astral energy to create it. We just channel that energy in different ways.
Like how you chant your spells, whereas they throw out those weird symbols?
Yeah, and just like how there are different ways to use a sword, there are elemental differences between us too. For example, light is only in Dana, and darkness is only in Rena.
Ah, alright, that makes sense. So let me ask, does that mean you can't use any dark magic at all? Or that they're just more attuned to it?
Basically not at all, since I don't have any dark energy inside my body. There might be an indirect way to tap into it, but I wouldn't know. I didn't learn everything that my family knew about magic, so it's hard for me to say for sure.
Fair enough. Thanks for teaching me all that. I really do appreciate it.
Sure thing.
So, you made it back in one piece. No promising leads unearthed on this end, I'm afraid. It may take a little longer.
We got our own lead, but it's not good. They're planning to execute Zephyr in the plaza in front of the Snake Eyes headquarters. And soon.
They're going to what? I've never known them to move so fast. They must believe he poses a grave threat.
We have to break him out. We could really use your help.
Not gonna be easy, but I'm sure we can think of something. If they're staging it in the plaza, there's bound to be an announcement beforehand. Which means if we can...
Snake Eyes! They've got us surrounded!
Damn! I knew we shouldn't have trusted!
Save it! In position, everyone! Repel them!
Use us, Menik. We've got your back.
No. You need to get out of here now. Rinwell, you know what to do.
Underground waterway to the rear. On it.
But...
No discussions. You didn't make it this far for it to end here. We'll be fine. We just have to buy you a little time. I'll send word later. Now get going already.
So this passage runs beneath the whole city, huh? Pretty clean for a Danon sewer.
Are you sure it's safe down here, Rinwell?
It's our emergency evacuation route, so it should be.
You sure it's as secret as you think?
We can use this chance to clear the way for Menik and the others when they follow. Let's go! Enemy go up the moment we do. Are we the reason for it?
We can puzzle over it later. We gotta run!
As if it wasn't weird enough getting into the city through that hole. Why are there so many passages like this around Sisloden? And it doesn't seem like the Snake Eyes use them to get around without being detected either.
Yeah, they don't look like ruins. Do you have any idea, Rinwell?
These passages are sewers. They're underground so the water doesn't freeze, but they're not really unusual in big cities like this one.
Really?
Is there nothing like these back in Calaglia?
Not as far as I know. In Calaglia, anything they wanted to get rid of, like waste or garbage, was simply burned. Including the bodies of dead slaves. I'm not sure why they did that. Maybe it was another way of getting astral energy out of them. Sorry, that took a dark turn, didn't it?
Got it! If you spot any arc wielders, let me know.
Will do. Much obliged.
Ready!
No escape. It's over. Rising Viper.
Now!
We did it.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Pull apart to your heart's content.
I'm not done. An astral launch?
That's my cue!
Shut him down. Here I come. Rising Viper. We did it. Swallow
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
An opponent like this should be easy.
You're on my watch!
Try this. Infernal Torrent. Rising Wyvern. Rising Falcon.
Searing
Rising Wyvern.
Astral energy! Full throttle! Go! Death is in the wind!
You're mine.
Get on there! Gemini Aqua!
Looks like it could be worth something.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away.
Go no further!
I'll take you all on. Rising Falcon.
It's over!
It's over.
More for the stop! Gemini, this one's mine! I never miss!
Thrust. Burn.
Air thrust!
Do it!
Thrust.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
See you continue on in that
Astral
vein.
energy!
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Now, we're in good form.
Out of our way!
How about this? Double Demon Fang. Rising Wyvern. Mirage. Take this. Here I come.
You are in tip-top shape!
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
This is barely target practice.
Then why bother fighting them?
Because I certainly won't run away from a battle. Out of our way!
You're mine! Eat this!
One more! Light Astral Raging Cascade!
Here,
Ready! I'll be saving this! Watch your back!
I'll bring you back from do it!
Get back! Astral Energy! Full throttle! Go! Dance in the wind!
You're
In
mine!
here!
I'll bring you back from death to
Lightning
this!
condemned! Cover protection! Take a hit! Whoa! Hey! One at a time!
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
In here! There! Let's get you all tucked away!
Nicely done, Xion.
You're slugging.
Yeah. You got it.
They really made us work for that one. This'll be a delicious piece of cake. This one's mine.
Come one, come all!
In here!
You're us!
Get on your orange seal! Gemini Ultra! Not on my watch! Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my...
Something you wanted to say?
Okay.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding
You're
me.
mine! Try this!
Sealed.
Infernal turret! This one's all mine! Not today!
Up and at 'em, let's go! Air thrust!
I can feel my precision improving.
Consider yourself finished.
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Get on in there with the others.
I can feel my power growing.
Should this really be here?
Made it.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content. Well then, let's keep moving.
like we found our mystery resident.
The Snake Eyes must have kept it here in case of intruders.
We can't let it slow us down. Let's finish it and keep moving.
I wasn't expecting something so big.
They want to make sure we don't leave.
Then we'll just have to beat it. For everyone's sake. Get out of there with the others.
Try this.
The blocking part's their weak point.
Swallow blade.
Light after dance in the wind. Air thrust. Light after dance in the wind.
Rising falcon.
Air thrust.
Where are you going?
Swallow blade. Rising wyvern. Rising falcon.
Try hard, not a chance.
I'm not done. Slash.
Lightning orb.
Infernal turret.
Here's a lightning orb. Raging cascade. Spread. Dance in the wind. Seal.
Infernal turret.
I'll be saving this one.
Infernal turret.
Back into the fray.
Ignite.
Mega ray.
Rising wyvern. Rising falcon.
One at a time.
Take this. Swallow blade.
Dance in the wind. Seal.
Here, let me help.
More for the stop pile.
Now I can let
Steering play. One at a time. Back into the fray.
Got me in this fight.
more Zuko's.
Keep calm and take them down.
Ready.
Rising falcon. Now.
Lightning
While it's
orb.
reeling.
Take it down.
Dance in the wind. Not on my watch.
Slash.
Blah, blah, blah.
Rising falcon.
Seal.
You're finished.
More for the stop
Here
pile.
I come.
Slash. Mega ray. One at a time.
This one's all mine.
Here, let me help.
First aid.
I'll cover
Eat
you.
dirt.
Lightning condemned. Thunderblade. Here's
This
a
is looking
healing
good.
arm. First aid.
Here I come. Try harder.
Not a chance.
Extra raging cascade.
Now. Here I come.
By the power.
Try this. Infernal blade.
First aid.
I owe you one.
Condemned.
You're mine. It's over.
Steering play.
Rising wyvern.
Here comes dance in the wind. Here's a healing arm. First aid. Lightning condemned.
Swallow blade. Try this.
Damn it.
Slash.
Keep everything ready.
No, can't end here.
Let me help.
First aid.
I never miss. Who wants to die next?
Blah, blah, blah. Magic. Freeze Lancer. Resuscitation. I'm on a roll.
You're most comfortable at a range, aren't you?
I'm not really built for close quarters combat.
Nor am I. Don't worry. I'll help you keep a light burn.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There. One more. You're mine. Blah, blah, blah. Magic.
It's over. Exchanging tactics.
There's no telling what it'll do.
Stay focused. Reload. Here goes. Searing flame. The enemy is going all out.
Here comes a big one.
Not a chance.
Swallow
Here
blade.
goes. Dance in the wind.
You're on.
Hear me. Flaming fury. Burning. Get out in there with the others. Here's a healing arm.
Swallow blade.
Lightning.
Infernal turret.
Here goes.
Slash.
Confiscated.
Swallow blade. Infernal turret.
I'm out.
No escape. Swallow blade. Burn it more.
I'm all
Rising
done.
wyvern. I'm not done.
Raging cascade. Reload. Here's a healing arm in the wind. First aid.
You're mine.
Light extra
Try
energy.
this.
Searing flame.
Infernal turret.
Lightning raging cascade.
Slash.
Here, let me help. I never miss.
Here I come.
Pathetic.
You'll pay for that.
Light astral energy. More where that came from.
Gonna need more than that.
I'm not done. Slash. Swallow blade.
Lightning condemned. Thunderblade.
What was I thinking?
What's happening?
If you can't fight, just hang back.
I didn't say any of that. I can fight.
Any more of this and I'll burn out.
Here goes! Lightning attack! Thunder blast! Arch shield! Here's a healing not in your dreams! Hey, dance in the wind! Bring you back from death to this! Resuscitation! Lightning horn! Light after ray decapitation!
Swallow blade! Try this!
Dance in the wind!
Infernal torrent! First! Next!
You are in tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's
Try
content.
this! What about feeling so great?
It's about to strike!
It's on! Look sharp, everyone! Ignite!
In here!
Take this!
More for the stockpile!
Try this!
Here's the healer!
Infernal torrent!
Alright! This one is almost in the bag!
Not done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best.
You're mine!
It's weakened.
Swallow this ends now! Infernal torrent!
Ready!
Take this! Catch! Rising wyvern!
Mine!
Rising... You're mine! Swallow blade! Infernal torrent! It's over! Infernal torrent! Rising
The
wyvern!
enemy is going all out.
Rising falcon! No! It can't end here!
Air thrust! Cover the caster! Lightning condemned! Thunder blade! Our expert coming through! Hit! Whoa!
Here I
Now!
come!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Come on, let's hurry.
You okay?
Bregan? What are you doing here?
When I heard the Snake Eyes had attacked, I figured you'd probably be headed this way sooner or later. Come on, it won't be long before they sniff us out. We need to find safer ground.
What about the others we left behind?
Minute can handle himself. Have a little faith. Come on, follow me.
I wonder if something happened. Hey. many of these hideouts do you guys have exactly?
Enough. You can never be too careful these days. We even keep some of them secret from each other. So long as you don't let anyone tail you, you're welcome to use them as you please.
So what's our plan of action?
We're still going to rescue Zephyr, right?
That goes without saying. If only we knew where he was, we could...
Hey! You're gonna want to see this!
Found guilty of all charges. The Calaglian dissident will forthwith be executed in witness of His Excellency Lord Ganabelt. Clause 2 of the Special Curfew Act has been initiated with immediate effect throughout the realm. All Danans not involved in special duties or corrective labor must remain indoors until further notice and watch the execution broadcast. Any citizens found in breach of this protocol will be arrested as dissidents. This is a direct order. Repeat, this is a
You think they're
public
talking about your friend?
But Lost said, I thought we had days, not hours.
Looks like it's been brought forward.
Just hold on. Where do you think you're going? We don't even have a plan yet.
Screw the damn plan! If we don't leave now, Zephyr's going to be murdered!
Alpin, we've got to go. The clock's ticking.
We've all got to go some way, I guess.
We'll join up with you afterwards. We might be able to create a diversion.
Good idea. Let's go. We have to get to the plaza. What's going on? Why did the execution get moved up?
Calm down. We don't know enough to say what's going on here.
We've got no way of knowing what happened to Menik and the others. Damn it.
Hey, Zephyr and the others will be okay, right?
Let's just get to the plaza and fast. What's this thing? Good. This came out just the way I hoped.
Is the execution in there?
Hey, you lot! Trespassers! Think the curfew doesn't apply to you, huh?
Uh-oh. Now what?
Doesn't seem like there's any other way in. I say we fight our way through.
Wait! I recognize them. They were with the dissident!
No choice then. Look sharp, everyone!
Zephyr's still okay, isn't he?
The sooner we take care of these guys, the sooner we can rescue him.
If you have time to talk, maybe you could focus on the task at hand?
How about you stop telling us what to do? Ignite! Take this! An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
In here.
Abort! Mission! Try this! We're not Blazing Wyvern!
Here, let me help.
Blazing Falcon!
Lightning
Lost
Orb!
Loaded! Swallow Blade! Try this!
Ready!
And Toro!
This not on my watch! Burning Strike! Here goes! Locked and loaded! First aid!
I owe you one.
Air support!
Mission!
Air thrust! Burning Strike!
Damn, there's just no end to these guys. Zephyr!
Attention, citizens, subjects, and slaves of Cyslodia. I, Lord Ganabelt Valkyrus, do formally open these proceedings. Behold! The brazen worm who would dare threaten the peace and order of our fair city. As if his scheme weren't foolish enough, He then made the mistake of thinking he could hide it. Take heed, Danans, and engrave this edict into your souls. Such fools' right to life in Cyslodia shall be forfeit. Now, embedded, you should listen carefully. Before my final verdict, I am prepared to offer you an unprecedented chance at mercy. Where are your comrades? Give them up before those assembled, and I shall spare you your life. Fine time I have. If you're so tremendously determined to suffer for the sake of your allies, then I will see to it that you do. Well, feeling the urge to tell everyone yet?
Just what do you want me to say?
First, tell the people about the mistakes you made. Then, the whereabouts of your friends.
Mistakes, huh? Where to start? I've made so many in my life that I've lost count. All my life I've had to fight, but I have known nothing but loss. I was so caught up in the struggle to survive in this world that I ended up neglecting my own family. I have lost so many good friends. I even lost my wife and my son. I'll never be able to fix these mistakes. Not a single one.
It sounds to me as if the greatest mistake of your life was never learning to stay down when you were beaten.
A good man once told me if I take up this fight, I'd have to pay a price. Turns out he was right. After all, the very people and things I was fighting to protect the most were payment. I don't regret keeping up the fight for a second. But still, not a single day goes by when I do not think about what I have lost. Not telling others how much they truly meant to me before it was too late. That is your answer. That's the greatest mistake of my life. Do yourselves a favor and never become like me. Don't continue to make the same mistakes until it's too late to fix them. Ask yourself what it is you couldn't bear to lose. What do you want to protect with all of your might? Then hold on and never let go!
That's quite enough.
Listen to that voice deep inside of you! Together, no wall can hold you back! And the same goes for the ones the Lord made you build inside your own hearts!
You still hanging in there, Dad?
Oh, you saved me.
Damn you. I've been such an idiot.
My son, I need to...
Now's not exactly the best time to catch up. There's still a lord in need of beating.
Yeah, you're right about that.
So you're the son, are you? I thought I'd ordered for you to be relieved of your duties until all this was over. I'll see to it the person at fault is reprimanded appropriately.
What?
Oh, well. You've served your purpose more excellently than anyone could have hoped.
Zephyr!
If it isn't the infamous Alphen of Calaglia. And he's joined by his fellow conspirators, the likes of Traitor and a Danon Witch.
They're not conspirators. They're friends. And they're not alone.
Oh, Minnick! You finally made it!
Your reign is over right now. You hear me, Cannibals?
The Master Core's acting up. What is it?
Minnick?
I was hoping to drag this out a little longer.
But that's a Master Core. What?
No, Dad!
So the Master Cores react to each other, I see. How interesting. You can drop the act. It's over.
All this time, it was really you?
Every second.
You stand before the Lord of Cyslodia, Ganabelt Valkyris in the flesh.
You mean a Renin Lord's been leading the Danon resistance?
You're not the only one skilled in the art of deception, you know. A mere side vocation in my own case, but sufficient in bringing the blazing sword of Calaglia to my doorstep.
Me? All of this was just to get to me?
Alvin! Zephyr is...
Dad! Dad!
That's a special poison. Ordinary healing arts will do you no good. I wouldn't fret about it, friends. You'll all be dead soon enough.
Don't even think of escaping, dissident!
We need to hurry. Otherwise, we're not getting out of here without a fight.
No! No!
Alvin?
I have no limits! Coming through! Ha! No! Scarlet Inferno!
Back into the right energy! Into the wind!
Rise the Sniper! Mission! Swallow Blade! Try this!
I'll be saving this one.
Damn it! They got us outgunned!
And all while we're on the defensive.
Dad! Dad, come on! Stay with me!
All this trouble to buy yourself a few extra seconds before you die?
You bastard!
They've fled. They'll be back, though. Draw up a welcome party. We'll be ready when they return.
Did we lose them?
Looks like it for now.
Come on, even if we did lose them, they'll be after us soon enough. Besides, we have Zephyr to worry about. The sooner we get back to the safe house, the better.
Zephyr.
Let's get to the safe house, quick.
Please, open your eyes!
I'm sorry. I can't stop the poison's advance.
Thank you.
Zephyr!
The struggle's in your hands now. Oh. Are you there, my son?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here, Dad. Please just...
Oh. I can't see you. Are you there? Oh. Listen. I've always...
Dad. This can't be. No, it can't. We never... I didn't. And now he's gone.
I had a feeling we might have a rat among us. But to be Mennick of all people.
So what do we do now?
I'm going.
Law.
That bastard Ganabelt will pay.
You have to know that Ganabelt will be expecting us. This is all an obvious trap.
I don't give a damn if it is. There's no way I'm letting that bastard get away with this.
He's right, you know. Ganabelt. Mess with the wrong people.
Alphen, you can't just...
Weren't you the one who said you wanted to take on the Lords? Or would you rather go back to Calaglia?
I won't allow you to put words in my mouth. All I'm saying is we shouldn't rush things.
I don't need any of you coming along. The score is mine to settle.
You're not the only one who wants to avenge Zephyr's death.
He's right. Besides, if we don't take him on right now, we may never get another opportunity.
If you're going, that means you're going to need the blazing sword. If we do this, we can't afford to make any mistakes.
Are you really sure?
You can ask us again after we've defeated the Lord.
Please, allow me to help you as well. Think of it as an apology for getting you into this whole mess. It's the least I can do. Feel free to use anything in here you might need.
Aren't you worried about getting ambushed?
Impossible. I built this hideout with my own 2 hands, Mennick. No Ganabelt doesn't know it exists.
Then let's go. Time to avenge Zephyr.
and free the realm's people.
I forgot to mention this before, but any enemies we go up against with real hard defenses, you just leave them to me.
Hard defenses? You mean like enemies with shields and things like that?
Shields, shells, armor, whatever. When you attack those kinds of enemies from the front, your blows mostly get blocked, right?
Sure. So you're saying you have a counter?
It's nothing fancy. Let's just say I have a knack for busting open tough, sturdy stuff. It's hard to explain, but I focus my energy and then hit a specific point with everything I've got. If I do it right, their defenses come crumbling down.
Really? But without astral arts, how could you possibly...
If he says he can do it, then he can do it. We can trust him.
Thanks, Alphen. Although, between you and me, right now there's nothing I want to bash in more than Ganabelt's stupid, smug face.
I think you'll get your chance soon enough, Law.
After all that, how can these people carry on like nothing happened? Didn't Zephyr's words reach anyone in that whole crowd?
The Snake Eyes could be anywhere. People are scared of being reported, so they can't do jack.
And speaking from experience, when you spend so much of your life as a slave, you stop even thinking of standing up and fighting. Calaglia had a lot of people like that.
Well, these people are in no position to demand anything anyway, when they've lost the will to fight and need others to protect them.
These people have had a hard enough time just keeping the fires lit. No one wants to sacrifice their life without good cause.
It is what it is. Once Ganabelt is out of the picture, things in Cyslodia are sure to change.
Yeah, I hope so.
We've reached our destination.
There's the...
Get lost!
Swallow blade!
Light extra water! Air thrust!
Swallow blade!
Photon blast!
Try harder!
Right here!
Not yet.
Fury! Burning!
Away!
Air!
It's on! Here I come!
Is that the Zoogle we're looking for?
Pow! Ready and raring! I'll smash you!
Reload! Lightning orb! Smack dance in the wind!
Blazing Falcon!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
No, you can't!
Flame!
Rising Viper!
Stepped up!
Eat this!
My turn!
That's enough!
Lightning orb! Raging cascade!
Destruction!
Allen Storm!
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
We've reached our destination.
Yeah!
Right.
Gotcha! Be a breeze. Get in, get out. Engaging!
Raging cascade! I'm the true gunslinger around here.
Bring him down! Mission! Fire support!
Steering flame! Raging cascade! Steering flame!
Nicely done.
That damn Ganabelt! I hate him!
I'm not seeing very many enemies around. What's going on?
They probably know we're not going to run away and are waiting for us to show up.
Well, if it's a fight they want, I'll be more than happy to give them one.
They're probably inside the Revel prison tower in the plaza. That's where the Lord here lives.
The same building with the spirit vessel that's gathering all the light, huh?
We need to be careful of how we go from here. The fact Ganabelt knew about my healing arts and had that poison ready tells me he's extremely dangerous.
He's not dangerous. He's just a rat bastard who's getting what's coming to him.
I'm telling you, don't underestimate him. We don't know what else he's got in store for us. One misstep on our part is all it's going to take to give him what he wants.
You're right. Dad, what were you trying to tell me there at the end? I guess it'll have to stay unspoken and unheard. Like all the other things we never got round to telling each other. Ow! Bring him down! Rising
Flame!
Rising Falcon! I'm going in!
Magic is
Try harder!
Well then, let's keep moving. Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Got it. No armor's a match for me!
You mean you can get past that shield?
Just let him do his thing.
More where that came from! Lightning is down!
Armor won't save you! Flash! Its armor's too strong! Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest.
I'll smash you!
Thunderbolt!
Showtime! I'll run you through! I can carve through all the
Flame of Fury! Astral energy! Full throttle!
armor won't save you!
Flash! You're mine!
That's my shield!
Shut him down!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Excited. Go. I'm only getting started.
Storm Blade! Try this!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
With this, I can become even stronger!
Ganabelt must be somewhere inside. How about it, Law? Any idea which way it is?
This is a Renin castle. You think they were in the habit of letting a Danon like me inside?
Point taken.
The astral energy's off the scale. Almost like it's pressing down on me.
You can feel it?
The whole castle must be brimming with it. My hunch is it'll get stronger the deeper we go.
It must be the spirit vessel. You can bet anything it's pulsing with stored astral energy. We can't let Ganabelt use it against us.
Then we can assume that's his plan A.
Let him try. I'll destroy anything he throws at us.
Nexus!
Got it. Whew.
I won't forgive you!
Armor won't save you! That's my deal!
Air thrust!
No shield can stand at the beat here! I see what happens!
Here I go!
Promo blade! I'm on
It's almost too strong.
Then let it open! Be my guest! Blow away!
Flame of fury! In here!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet and...
The true power of the blazing sword.
It's only as strong as the one who wields it.
You truly mean that? Thank you.
Hey! Yes!
No choice! Engaging! Rising Wyvern! Rising Falcon! You escape! It's over!
You'll have no mercy!
Bring him down!
Mission! Air thrust!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion. This place looks completely different from Balsif's castle.
Every lord has their tastes. Whether this really That equipment should come in handy.
Right, here goes!
Lightning and damage!
Oh, like that.
Here's a hero! First aid!
Fire in the hole!
One last one!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Go no further!
Here I go!
Mega ray!
Destruction! Blow away! Rising Wyvern!
Here I go!
Take this!
In here!
Strike!
Save this one!
Seems about right to me.
No backing down!
Take this! I see one, eh?
I can carve through
My shield!
Mine!
Destruction!
You think that shield will save you?
Mission! Destruction! Ignite!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Here, let me help.
I owe you one. Rising Wyvern!
Do it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
barely a blip on our radar.
Be my guest.
Watch and wheel. I'll be saving this one. Flame of fury.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
What is this place? Some kind of armory?
Looks like they're more for decorative purposes than actual combat.
Does it matter? We've got a job to do.
Wait, this isn't Renan. It's Danon.
Really?
And not just this one either. All of these. It's all Danon gear.
What's Danon equipment doing on display inside a Renan castle?
Ask around later if you're so interested. But for now, we've got more pressing matters to attend to, remember?
Did this open the door?
We still don't know how to activate the elevator. We'll just have to see what we can figure out.
That bastard, giving us the runaround. See what I can do.
Here I come. It's over. Get down there, face. Engage. You're done.
Now. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
They keep a Zoogle locked up down here? Why?
I've heard rumors that they feed prisoners to one instead of executing them. Do you think...
Stop it!
Ignite!
I'm on field!
Swallow blade!
I can shatter anything!
Try this!
Astral energy! Lightning
Got
attack!
fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
It's in the sky, it's
I'm not done!
Mega ray!
Swallow blade!
Try
this!
Anything in order to
owe you one.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
I guess we can take this?
An opponent like this should be easy.
Searing flame! Reload!
Let me help.
Strike!
First aid!
Rising Wyvern! First blood!
Mega ray!
Here I come!
Gemini overflow! Here goes!
First blood!
Rage! Searing flame! Here!
This one's all mine!
I'll be saving this one! I'm all dance in the wind!
First strike!
Field!
Rising Wyvern!
For the stockpile!
Strike! Ignite!
This one's mine! Do it!
Any injuries?
Does this look like an elevator key to you guys?
Only one way to find out. Let's go.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Are you still thinking about that armory with all the Danon equipment?
Yeah, especially that black armor. I don't think I've ever seen anything from Dana that looked so nice.
I can tell you that it was definitely Danon. It was made using techniques found only here. That's how I know. But ever since the Renans came, our civilization's been scrubbed out, bit by bit. Hardly anything's left now, which is why most people don't remember.
But why would the Renans have something like that? Unless it was the spoils of war. It must be a token of the Danans who fought and lost in the past. Or rather, that the Renans were able to beat them.
Armor that nice must have been worn by a commander of some sort. They might have even been a Danon hero.
A hero, huh? A fallen hero, maybe.
I hate to see all that stuff fall into Renan hands, but it's amazing to see that so much of it has survived.
You into this kind of stuff then, Rinwell?
Yeah, I guess.
Are we done here? We don't want to keep Ganabelt waiting any longer.
See one, eh? Swallow blade!
Lightning orb! More where that came from! Blazing pistol! Searing flame! Reload!
Swallow blade!
It's almost too strong.
Be my guest! You're done! Blow away! Swallow blade! It does it!
First aid! Wind! Air thrust!
An astral art?
That's my cue! Reload!
Shut him down!
Lightning condemned! Into the fray! Thunder blade!
You're mine! Swallow blade!
I've used a bit too much healing.
Right, here goes! Forward!
Here's a healing I can't heal you forever!
Swallow blade! It's on! Here I come! Swallow blade! Shattering by the coming through! Ha!
pretty worn out.
Want to rest up for a bit?
Little help!
Swallow blade!
Engage you!
Rising wyvern! You're on!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Swallow blade! You're done! Pick up fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it! Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion. Onward and upward.
Great. Now we can keep moving. Don't overdo it, Law.
Ow! You're mine! Burn it, hell on! I'll run you through!
Lightning orb! Your wings won't save you from me!
You're mine!
Let me This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Dance in the wind!
My turn!
Lunar blast!
Rising wyvern! You're on! I'll put you to kill!
Raging cascade!
Swallow blade!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Well then, let's keep moving.
Onward and upward.
No choice.
Got you now!
Blade, burn it! You go down! Watch it! Try this! Infernal fire support!
Here I am.
You're mine! Away!
This one.
Mission!
Lightning again.
Here I come! Swallow blade! Infernal torrent! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing art. Light Astro Energy.
Take this! I'm on it! Slack!
Here I go.
Try this!
I'm only getting started. Reload. Here, let's
Rising
go.
Wyvern!
First aid.
Really You're mine!
Light Astro Energy. Here's a healing art.
Rising Wyvern!
Air thrust.
Rising Falcon! Try harder!
Take
Not
this.
here! I'll smash you! Swallow blade!
Come and get it.
Crush!
Where are you going?
It's over!
Just getting started.
Easter!
Light Astro confiscated.
You're mine!
One more.
Rising Wyvern! Rising Falcon! You're mine!
Lightning orb. Healing orb.
I'm knocked out! I know you are!
Thunder blade.
Take this! I'm on it! Here I go! Swallow blade!
That's much better.
Here's the one. Light Astro crazy energy.
Gangsters!
Seal.
Rising Wyvern! Rising Falcon!
Burning strike.
Take this!
Lightning.
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
I'm on it! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
I felt fine not too long ago.
More with that heat.
Rising Wyvern! It's time! Not today! You're mine!
You're doing it. Get toasty.
Burn strike!
That'll teach us for getting cocky.
You think the elevator's activated now?
Should be. Let's check and find out.
We're coming for you, Ganabelt.
You're saying we should check the Owl Forest?
Going like this should be easy.
The
Rumble! Rising Wyvern! Fire for court! Blade!
Arch seal.
Breaker! Mission!
Dance in the wind. Not on my watch. End of
It's
game.
over!
In here!
Pieces! Attack time!
You won't make a fool of me!
Light astral energy!
Here I come!
Support! Mission!
Here, let me help. First aid!
Rising Viper!
All good things come to an end.
I'm on it!
Raging cascade!
Rising Viper!
In here! Seven Where are you going?
I'm not done! Finish! Rising Falcon! You picked the wrong fight! I'll whip you through! Splash! Infernal Slide! Swallow Blade! It's over!
Eat this! More for the stuff! Here goes!
Swallow Blade! I'll smash you! Swallow Blade! Try this! I got this! It's you! Rising Light! Rising Falcon! Strike!
Dance in the wind!
Mine! Try this! Go away!
More of that came
Swallow Blade!
I'm ready! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
That'll teach us for getting cocky. Just a little farther and we'll be there. I'm coming for you, Ganabelt. Hey, hold up a sec, guys.
What's up?
We need to talk about Ganabelt. This guy can control both light and lightning, and I've heard his swordsmanship is unrivaled.
I'm not surprised. He is one of the top lords after all.
That's not all. He also has these weird little gadgets that he likes to use.
Gadgets? You mean like some kind of a run-in weapon?
Probably. He's got a bunch of these things that hover all around him. They're supposed to protect him from attacks coming in at any angle.
I take it there aren't any blind spots then.
Nope. Which is why I plan to bust down his defenses from the front.
What? Why? Isn't that where his defense will be the toughest?
That's why it's worth attacking. Once I poke a hole in that bastard's defenses, the rest of you can tear it wide open and give him hell.
All right, we go with your plan, Law. Now let's get going. It's about time we got revenge for Zephyr.
It's about time. I was beginning to worry you'd jump ship like the rats you are.
You're not so fortunate. We're here to end you. To liberate Cyslodia. To avenge Zephyr.
You talk big, but don't you think you're forgetting something? Of your precious resistance groups, whether the Silver Swords or any others, none have ever dealt a blow to Renan domination. In each and every realm, the story is the same. Until you. You, who wields the blazing sword of Calaglia, are different.
News of Balsef's defeat really took the wind out of your sails.
That brute? A bad case of brawn over brain. Certainly no loss to me. Still, even the smallest of sparks can grow into an inferno. I must give precedence to the task at hand, extinguishing you. Snuffing out your fire before it spreads across the 5 realms.
No. He can't be.
Rinwell?
Nothing. I'm fine.
I, Ganabelt Valkyrus, Lord of Cyslodia, accept your challenge. Come and meet your death.
You paid for what you did to my father!
The feisty mouth wishes to bite the hand that feeds, does he?
I never wanted to serve you! I had no choice!
Swallow blade!
Get! Watch it!
There! And again!
I'm on to where you go.
Watch it!
Blink and you'll miss it.
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Lightning orb!
Blink and you'll miss it. Get lost!
Here's a healing orb!
Doing does it!
Blink and
see
you'll
what I can
miss
do!
it. Here I come!
Ready!
Swallow blade! Struck! Not today! Perish by every attack!
Leave this to me. I'll take him down.
Watch it! Slap! Not chance!
Mega ray!
Watch it!
Lightning condemned!
You'll be right here!
Now you see what I can take.
You're mine! I think not.
The barrier's been broken! Everyone, focus your attack!
Here I come! Pay for what you did! Rising Order!
I never miss! Raging cascade! Here, let me help!
Get lost!
You alright?
I'll be okay. I really... Now you see what I can do.
Just getting started!
Here's a healing pile! First aid! More with that case! Raging cascade! Sleep now! Here's a healing pile! That magic is there!
Kick and here! Blink and you'll miss it!
Get to the wind! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! There for the stop! Let me have your blade!
Blink and you'll miss it! Get lost!
Raging cascade!
Strike!
Get to the wind! Light astral energy! Mine! Dance in the wind!
Antidote!
Now you see what I can do.
Infinite vermin! Swallow blade!
Air thrust aid! Light astral energy! Mega ray!
Get lost!
Light help! Thunder aid!
I owe you a blink and you'll miss it!
By the power of water! Raging cascade!
It's too much!
Dance in the wind!
An asteroid?
That's my cue!
Shut him down! Rising knife! Can't move! Blink and you'll miss it!
Now! Astral energy! Full throttle! Go!
Getting started!
Raging
I'm on it.
Steering blade!
Drink deep the despair!
He's channeling astral energy!
Damn it. Can't get any closer.
If this keeps up,
The depths of despair consume
this one's mine.
all the astral
Now you
plane!
see what I can do.
Swallow blade!
Here I go.
Whilst thou art cursed with fire is nothing! Swallow blade! Try this! Stand saved in heavenly light! It's over! Whilst thou cowers before the gates of hell! Watch
Can't move! Insignificant worm! Now return to dust!
Here, let me help. If we take another assault from...
We're done for. That molasses it can channel all of his energy.
Then I guess we gotta get in quick and hit him hard.
A new lease on life. Confiscated. Reload. Dance in the wind.
Here I come!
More for the healing art. Blah, blah, blah.
Any more of this, enough?
Where are you?
You're
finished! You in two! Take it!
Can't move!
Blink!
Air thrust! I never miss!
Rage laser! You in two!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Rising weapon!
Not in your dreams! Hands in the wind! Trust air thrust!
No, you are gonna take it!
Reload!
I'll bring you...
Put you through!
Ready to go!
It's on! Burn it! Just getting started! Swallow blade! Rising weapon! I'll end you! Can't end here! I can carve through all! Just getting started!
Bring you back from death's abyss.
Raging cascade! Resuscitation!
Blow away! No, don't strike down these insolent fools! Blink and you'll miss. Double theater!
If it's in... The sky is mine! This one's mine!
Here I come!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Enough! I will make ash of you! I'll run you through! Blow away!
Let me help!
Get lost! I really owe you one! Blink and you'll miss it! Get lost! You're mine! I'll make ash of you! You're mine! Smash you! Just getting started! Rising weapon! Away! Mirage! Slash! Scurry up top!
More with that!
I'm on it! Swallow blade! Try harder! Not again! The blazing sword will be mine!
I watch!
This one's all mine!
Raging cascade!
You picked the wrong fighting! Stone slash! I'll run you through! Drink deep the despair! He's still going? I'll finish him first!
Reload!
Rising weapon! While the depths of despair consume to expire. All mine.
Thunder Blade!
I'm not done! Before the gates of air! Ignite! The end is imminent! Indignation! Jackie!
I can't feel.
Insignificant worm! Now return to dust!
Here I come!
Destruction! Drink deep the despair!
Rising Wyvern!
Searing Flame! Reload!
Take this! Rising Wyvern!
Whilst the depths of despair consume thee, I who commands all the astral plane,
You're mine!
whilst thou art cursed to
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Have you learned your lesson? No, not yet! For the sake of Lenegus and my fellow brethren on Dana, I will not! Shut your stupid mouth and go! No, I refuse to believe this. It cannot end this way. If I die, my subjects will...
It's over. That Zephyr's still gone.
Focus on the positive. We defeated a lord, and under difficult circumstances, too.
Focus on the positive? Zephyr's dead, Shion.
And the Renans ruled this world unimpeded for 3 centuries. Did you think there wouldn't be any sacrifices?
So Zephyr's life just doesn't matter? He's dead, Shion. Our friend is dead. We're fighting this damn war to keep people alive.
Yeah, you're right. This is a war. Did you just realize that? Zephyr wasn't the first to die, and he sure won't be the last. If you can't handle that, Alphen, then you should run back to Calaglia. And when you do, just remember to leave the blazing sword here, in safer hands.
What's that supposed to mean? Damn it. She just thinks she can say whatever she likes. Bickering among ourselves at a time like this isn't gonna get us anywhere. Especially at a time like this.
So much for Ganabelt. Good riddance.
You said it.
So, was the Lord of Calaglia like Ganabelt too?
No. Balsef was huge, a real tough guy act. Now that I think of it, his crest was different too. His was a flaming cross.
Ah, I see. Anyway, what do you guys plan on doing from here?
We keep moving. 3 Renin Lords remain, and we won't rest until their thrones are empty as well. That work for you, Xion?
That was my endgame from the beginning.
Hey, so if it's not too much trouble, could I maybe come along?
Isn't Cyslodia your home?
I mean, yes, but it's just, now that everyone knows what I've been hiding, well, it might be best to get as far away as I can until it all quiets down. Is that okay? I promise I'll pull my own weight.
Sure. You're welcome to join us.
Taking off, huh?
Yeah. Thanks for everything.
It's too bad. I wish there was more we could do to pay you back for all you've done. I'll see to it personally that Zephyr's remains reach Calaglia safely.
What's next for Cyslodia?
I honestly couldn't tell you. The enemy infiltrated its way right to our core as a people. Only time will tell if we can rise above our suspicions and come together.
Zephyr once told me that so long as you don't give up, there's no wall that can't be torn down.
Sounds about right. And thanks to you, the greatest obstacle that was in our way is now gone. I suppose the rest of it will be up to us.
I look forward to seeing how far you'll go.
Oh, I almost forgot. Before you head off, there's something I wanted to give you.
Wow, look at you. You scrub up real nice.
It was a parting gift.
It's like speaking to one of the old Danon heroes from legend.
Where to next, then?
Elda Menancia. You're really going to travel in that thing?
Why not? It's not as heavy as it looks. Actually, there's someone I was hoping we could invite along with us.
You can't be serious.
Got someplace to be?
Not really. I mean, I can't stay here, of course. And again, there's no one waiting for me back in Calaglia either. Plenty of ditches along the road. Maybe I'll find one to die in.
How about a fresh start?
After the kinds of things I've done, I don't know where I'd even begin.
Your father said that as long as you face the past, there's hope.
I think it might be a little late for that.
He also said he'd fought and lost all his life, but didn't regret it in the slightest. It's only over when you give up. Keep fighting, and even that wall inside you can be brought down. Don't you want to see what your dad saw on the other side of that wall? What he was fighting for?
Do you think I'm even worthy to?
That's for you to decide.
I'm sick of losing everything I love. Of running from life. Maybe all that's left is to just turn around and face it. Count me in.
Finally, I thought you'd never finish. We've still got a ways to go.
Here we go, Hoodle.
This armor was a gift from Bregan. What if it really did belong to a Danon hero once upon a time? He challenged an overwhelmingly powerful Renin foe and perished for it. I wonder how he felt having the hopes of the people riding on him.
Hey, did you make off with that armor while none of us were looking? Because I've gotta admit, you look pretty snazzy in it.
He didn't steal it, if that's what you mean. Bregan gave it to him as a parting gift.
Ah, right. Although it makes sense, I guess. It's like a symbol of rebellion in its own way.
Which is why it should have been your father wearing this, not me.
I don't know. I don't think he could have pulled it off like you, man.
I wonder what the last wearer of this armor was dreaming of for Cyslodia when they decided to rise up and fight.
Who knows? Anyone who could have answered that is long gone. Truth is always lost with the departed.
Are you saying there's no point in trying to understand why they gave up their lives?
No, only that it's impossible to know for sure. Look, I can tell that you're concerned about Cyslodia's future, but we do have other things to take care of. You can't shoulder all of the world's problems, Alphen. If you try to, you'll only find yourself buried by the weight of it all.
Yeah, I know. My path is forward, and I'll do what I can, here and now.
You were born in Calaglia, right, Law?
Oh yeah. It's scalding hot all the time there, so I was shocked when I learned Cyslodia is the exact opposite. Not to mention dark.
Not anymore, thankfully.
How did you even manage to cross the border between realms? All 5 realms are supposed to be closed off, due to the nature of the crown contest.
What? Is this an interrogation now?
I didn't mean it like that. I just figured if a Danon like you was able to slip between realms, it could come in handy later.
Ah, good thinking. I don't think I really did anything all that creative, though.
What? Don't tell me you climbed over the walls of fire.
Oh, hell no. Not even Zoogles could do something that crazy. Nah, I stowed away.
In what?
Oh, you'll like this. The realms don't maintain much contact with each other, but there are resources each is looking to trade for. So, there are cargo convoys from each of the lords that go around a few times a year to lend those resources to each other.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that. That was the only time the gates of Calaglia would ever open up.
Right. Obviously, they don't let Danons ride with them, so I snuck on board inside some cargo instead.
So you were carried out of the realm? You did great not getting caught. Way to go.
Let's just say I've always had a knack for sneaking around since I was little. I was also really desperate to get the hell out of Calaglia at the time. I had more guts than brains that day. If I had to guess, I probably wasn't the first one to ever do something like that. Danon or Renin.
I wonder if that's how Ganabelt was able to hear about what happened in Calaglia so quickly.
So in other words, we should always assume that the enemy is informed about whatever it is that we may be up to, wherever we go.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Right.
Well? Got it.
Right.
We finally made it.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away. Okay, off we go. No choice.
Here I go! Light out the world! Give it a whirl! Raging
Rising Wyvern!
Wait now!
You're on! Big blast!
Give it a whirl! Lightning orb!
We won that by a mile.
That looks like the Zoogle we were told about. Let's dispose of the trash.
Dance in the wind! This one's mine! Lightning condemned!
Falcon!
Eat this!
I owe you all.
Eat this!
I'll run you through!
Do it! That's freaking good! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Got it!
Well done.
Eat this!
Now you are in
Come and face as soon as I'm done here.
How could a girl ever say no?
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Ow! Slash! Armor won't save you! Rollerblade!
Not on my watch.
You picked the wrong fight! Here I come! Slash! It's over!
There's the Zoogle we were asked to handle.
I won't forgive you!
Take it! Slash!
sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's paying off!
It ain't come handy.
Take this! You're finished!
Finally. If only we could have flown with the...
Right!
Damn.
I guess.
Oh, hey!
Right.
All right.